Hi guys. Today we are going to make a manager contract for my lending vault, and then we are going to write some tests for these other contracts and deployment contracts also. And after that, we will be done for the day. So let's hop on it. Mhm. So in my manager contract, there are some things which should be there, like create user request, user will call anyway, which will check user health factor, enforce collateral, apply fees, enter, handle token transfer, implement protocol, and all those things. So first of all, let's remove the money from the contract. Okay. In my vault contract, variable is safe transfer. I should remove those. Why? Because we are not going to receive the money in lending vault because we are not going to control it directly. So it will be controlled by manager contract. So I think the more plausible logic will be to store the coin in the manager contract. We will just update the data here in this like vault. So I don't think I need these two, but I will remove later. Let's first remove safe transfer, not remove, just. Mhm. Anything more? Mhm. I think, yeah, let's check in constructor. Mm-hmm. Can I, let's see. Mm-hmm. So we are not. Mm. Okay. I think I have used it. Mm. Mhm. if you will no, what's the difference between staking a coin? So it's like a pool of money, just you will get rewarded. So if you are allowing also the NFT, if the user submits any data to the to this coin minting manager protocol, then it will mint NFT and the coin. So you are allowing them to use both, or the NFT and the coin. Both. Deposit RWA. Hmm. So whenever okay, what is there? Okay, deposit real world assets, and it's not verified in all those things. We are not going to mint the NFT. So we are minting the NFT to this token address and also minting the coin. So we are minting the NFT. So we are taking these two. Oh, sorry. And we are following this. Uh-huh. We have to transfer this token to save mint. Coin burn NFT. Yep, we are receiving. So everything is working fine. So whenever a user tries to redeem, withdraw real world asset and burn NFT and coin, he had to transfer both these. First we will transfer this, then we will call answer to this contract, and then we'll call burn and also the token ID, and then we will call the burn. Okay. Ah, in case let's say he have spent some coin somewhere, then he can just call the mint coin. He cannot mint the NFT if you have lost or it is somewhere. So you have to just write a minting function. It's private. It should receive some mint coin against ET. So let's see. Someone calls it and if message or value is less than zero, asset value not positive, value in invalid address. It should be invalid address, not owner of asset. It will not be. No, where were we? Is it receiving the value? It's- Just say it. हेलो। हाँ। Sorry, guys. Non-related. One coin is equal to one ETH. Update link on you in university. So, what do you think the value of one coin should be equal to one USD? No. Then we have to make a decentralized one, something like that thing. So, one coins. One coin should have one USD value there. Hmm. We will update it later. So where was I? Yeah, on the lending manager contract. So this contracts have we are not minting here anything. We are just it's a vault. For lending purpose, if someone is submitting their coin in lending vault, then the other party can agree with that other thing and withdraw their coin. So why not make it user to user, not the contract to user? What I'm thinking is, where is my pen? So staking is my contract. You will find up staking coin reward in staking withdraw coin claim partial reward only. There is no, you are just submitting and receiving the reward. What would you do for that money? You can implement the staking mechanism and who's the owner? Make a function and in staking, no, just transfer the whole amount to the lending vault so that user be able to borrow from the lending vault. Yep, this is my staking. Lending feature contract vault manager, and this is my vault. This is U1. This is user 2. It interacts with it, deposit some money, coin, or NFT. Borrow coin against NFT. We just depositing. They can do lending work. I'll track as an agent. So this is my wallet. In my lending wallet, whenever lending wallet, yeah, instructor depositing the coin. What will he get? He can get money. No, no. If you're lending money to the contract, you will get what? Nothing. Voting power. So how will you facilitate a function, and you will call yeah. Oh, manager. Here you are directly earning money through your lending contract. So let's say you have submitted some money in the contract and it's in borrowed lending pool. So someone wants to borrow money, he can borrow from that pool. Hmm. What will he get? If you are borrowing any money, you will have to pay the fees. You are borrowing money. You will have to pay fee and for lending and reward. How can I make a user contract to other user? Let's say it calls a function. There is let's say someone requested that I want to borrow this amount of money, and there is already a pool of lending users ready to, you know. So I can make a nested, let's say, array, and where user can deposit their money with their interest rate that, okay, I am depositing this amount to be, borrowed by someone at this interest rate. And when someone wants to borrow that amount, uh-huh, he will have to pay the interest rate with against their NFT. And that NFT will be stored in the manager contract. I think that is a better idea. We'll work on staking coin later. So what we have come to agreement that, so in my lending manager protocol, so how we are going to work is, let's say there are two pools. There is a single pool for lending. Let's say you are someone who wants to, just lend money to someone. So you are going to submit your ETH or coin to this contract, manager contract, and with let's say your fix. I think I should decide what interest rate you are able to, provide to the user. But I think in future I should also provide flexibility that, let's say I want to deposit 100 coin with the interest rate of 2%, yearly interest rate, or monthly. No, let's say 10% yearly. So and there is another person who have also, submitted a 500 coin, and he wants to submit He wants to just give out to only at 9%. So any borrower comes, he will see that, oh, there are two options. Either I can choose 10% or 9%, but there will be limitation that will be set by the user. Okay, you are not allowed to borrow less than 50 coin in 10%, and in, let's say, 9% you are not allowed to borrow less than 300 coins, so something like that. Yeah. Instead of instead of instead of 30-40%, I think I should allow like 10% times something. So you have to borrow at least that amount, multiple of that amount, so that he could be trained fully. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, let's work on it. Contract, lending manager is possible, and all those things. I don't want AI to be helping me, so I want to do that by myself. Lending manager. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see in my vault what are things I am storing in my vault. Things that I am storing inside. So I'm just storing user credit balance and user debit balance. I should also store the lending rule or something like. It should be reentrancy guard possible. Yeah, nothing else. Let's work on our constructor. Right now, we don't need to worry about the constructor. Let it be. Let's work on function. So we are going to receive ERC token here and not in the content. Okay, so I have to enforce safe ERC20, I guess. Let's see in my vault. Nope, just these two. Why not receive the money in this? No, no, you are receiving here. You just use it, and we will see about that later. Function, not the function. Let's write the constructor. Constructor. We are going to receive the address of the real world asset coin, RWA coin, and we are going to set the I underscore RWA coin to be type I ERC20 of address. Let's say RWA coin, and also Is there something like safe ERC 721 import IRC 721 from OpenZeppelin ERC 721 IRC? Is there something? Yep. Is there safe token? 721, 721, 721. There is nothing like safe ERC 721. Let's see under Open Zeppelin contract tokens. Token. Oh, token ERC 721. Then utils. Does 721 provide let's ask ChatGPT. Mm, um, okay. Nope, I don't want you to do that. Uh, NFT address of create NFT and set. I think I should turn on. It will help me greatly. Not suggested. Very good. Now that we have received, let me write my idea. Maybe I might forget. So, how was it? Yeah. Uh, let's make a struct struct blending info, and we will go with int 256. I want to learn this amount, so say I want to learn this amount. You int 8. 8 for return uh, interest. Number five, 10. I want to lend this amount at this interest at this minimum borrowing. Who wins? I think I should keep these at the top. Version info interface, libraries, and contract. Error type declaration, state variable. Type declarations will be on top. Mm-hmm. Events modifier function. Mapping user and इस user को सही है lending. This is the pool from where someone can iterate and see what's what is out there. User comes and he wants to deposit. We have to make some modifier. Modifier only valid address and lending manager invalid address. Let me write error error at the top. So right now only we are only valid address message dot send amount 0 only valid amount and pass the amount. So here we will receive struct lending information. We will receive amount and you int 8 interest instead of amount. It is temporary and it should be underscore amount. Interest, interest, and our goal max minimum, and here we will pass underscore amount, and we are not gonna check here because we already have. So we will receive the amount and we have to call the import I lending vault from dot I interfaces then and let's define my lending vault, and in constructor we will receive address of lending vault, and here we will use, yeah. If after successful transfer and transfer to success, different number of component, what the hell is that process? What does it return? What does on ERC20, safe transfer from. I already have these two. Where was I? Uh-huh. Okay, that's a good thing. I think I do not need the landing pool because what is it's doing? Just depositing the coin. It is not minting or doing anything. It's just useless. I can directly store it here, landing in the landing manager and update the details. So why do I have to even, you know, suggest me these things also interest and minimum borrow? I don't think I need to call it right now. It's just that's useless contract. But some anyone can use it. They want it, but I think it's useless right now. You have just deposit the coin. You can deposit NFT and it will stay there. You can write an internal function which does all these things and write a deposit coin and it will take all these things. Basically, just copy paste all things, and it should be internal, so I don't have to do non-reentrant and all those things because it is already been checked. Try deposit amount. I think this line should go after this one, and we are not going to do safe transfer in two places. What's the better approach? I think I should move on and write emit amount, interest, and minimum borrow. That's right. Event here. Where should be events? Just after and above modifier. Coin address, text amount, minimum borrow. Yeah. Now let's. It's internal, so it should go down here. We have a pool and deposit. Anyone can deposit their NFT also. For what purposes? Hmm. I don't think I have to write all these in here. I can do that here also. That is why the lending part is there. Yep, it's not useless. You just have to upgrade it. Let's do that. The vault should be stronger with all the deposit function and all those things should be in here, not over there. I will do one thing. Just upgrade your vault to accept. Minimum borrow capacity. I don't think there should be any minimum borrow capacities. That's right here. Suggest me you int 8 interest. Engine should not be working the should not work on the world. Okay, let's see the great example of stable coin. He's just depositing. Why not write the deposit and all those things in? Hmm. So I don't think I should write the logic in another contract because it is gonna take some time. So why not writing everything, venting and all those things in one like year? Okay, but this why you didn't write? Why there was just one and went logic. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, let's deposit the coin to the wall and the pool should be there. No, no. Someone there's some lending protocol, let's say lending function. U1 manager contract takes detail in its own hand and transfer the money to this. So why make two transactions when you can do only one? Like here, we were just doing one transaction. There is no transaction with me here. Burning the transaction is really so while minting we just when someone receives yep variables nothing because if collateral always you have to submit Ethereum or you can mint some coin into if you're not then you've lost your NFT. Instead of real world asset, why not use mm, USDT or something like that? Sometime for banks it. Then we will have control over the money because we will receive that thing. But this is just a concept, so I'm working on a concept, not a real world project, and that concept requires some manual, human help because the asset cannot be logged. So I try some regular little manager. Let me go to wash. That is Okay, let's move to the working principle. First one is lending pool management. Store lender allow users to loan repayment and borrower interest calculation, loan tracking, health factor liquidation trigger, collector manager, auction creation, receive NFT from collateral manager and set up auction. Collateral manager can, yeah, lending protocol. NFT transfer to auction. So we were right. I don't have to delete that. Instead of vault, yeah, I will. Who will hold the just because of one doubt, I am changing the whole system for my whole file structure for my project. I think I have an OCD, something like that. 6. Yes. I, I'm not talking. Approved ending prototype. Yeah, there was just so my doubt was that my lending manager protocol, a lending manager contract will receive coin and NFT, and then it will transfer it to the vault. But there is a simple trick that while calling method, what we can say like safe transfer from, you just pass the from which address to which address you are passing. Like you can pass the address to whoever you want to, pass it. It doesn't matter wherever this function is called. So that was the point I was missing. Yeah. Okay. So what I can do here is I already have an vault, but it is for ERC20. I have to make it for ERC721, and I think I should delete it. I will delete it later. Delete, delete it, delete it. Uh-huh. Let's start from the top, and we will go with the plan as described. So we will store the coins in manager protocol and trigger liquidation uh, auction in another protocol, and we will store the NFT in another protocol. Yeah, so let's make three, two more NFT, NFT one dot soul, and auction dot sold. Learning vault is useless because we are storing the coin in here. So auction house sound cool. Ah, okay, we are receiving the money to our coin directly and then updating the data. So we from message or sender to this and the amount, and we are restoring the deposited amount. We are not gonna call deposit coin. Okay, it's internal function. Internal function, yeah, and it's gonna update my internal data like internal pool, and it will emit an event. What else? Nothing. Deposit coin to lend. That's proper function. And then function. Okay. Before borrowing, there should be a function. What? Where is my previous chat? Where the hell is my previous chat? What I used to um, do when I was full stack developer. Let's work on my final structure. In this one, let me write it this time so I won't get confused and start another file. Manager, NFT vault, and auction house. And there should be library and deployment script. I will do that later. No problem. Open briefly. I already have this PIP, so I will keep. So in my manager, receive one, then access trigger liquidation. And then It receives coin, have pools, and then function to borrow land, interest, and all those things. Interest will be here because it is actively checked, and NFT hold. It will just hold the NFT and nothing else. All the NFTs. And this thing, auction house, uh-huh, liquidation, selling NFT, buying NFT. uh, That's it. It's so simple. Anything else? Okay, 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 okay. Deposit allow and write NFT as collateral. Repayment. Interest calculation. Loan tracking. Health factor liquidation trigger. Okay. Manual and automatic. Anyone can call, yeah, if someone sees under collateralized asset and he gets the chance, he can borrow that and that will trigger through this function. Yeah, that is also a thing, but I will include it later. Collateral management, NFT custody, okay. Liquidation execute receive call from to initiate liquidation. It performs the actual transfer of the NFT. NFT transfer to auction. The liquidation will be tracked here only now. Health factor, yeah. Mm-hmm. Loan calculation. Mm, mm. Okay, every logic is simple as it could be. Let's work on my manager protocol, then we will work on NFT4. Oh God, what is that? Okay, we have write one thing, receive coin and updated the data. Okay, then pool access is already there through public. It's trigger liquidation. We will make a library for that. Lending interface, staking. Interest calculator. Interest cost and health factor dot so. Do I have that? Yeah. Loan calculation. I will not use weak unused contract. Loan calculation on interest and health. What's its name? What the heck is that? Mhm. So we have pool access. Let's say someone wants to see the list of data, and he can get the whole mapping and iterate through that. The front end will iterate, and and then you will see how many data is there. Let's receive the point. Borrow point. So we will receive the amount we want to borrow, the NFT that we want to borrow. So it will be type IRNFT. How to receive the NFT, man? I have forgot, so sorry. Coin minting, NFT. Uh-huh. Mint coin, burn coin. Just using token ID. Just pass the token ID. RWN dot burn token ID. It's an so while borrowing, you are providing the amount. Borrow system works like that. Borrow amount. You are also providing the address from whom you want to borrow, address of lender, then NFT token ID, and yep, that's it. And your address will of course be there, so you don't have to worry about that. And address of lender, and it should be non-reiterant when not passed. Only valid amount, zero amount should not be there. Only valid address. Okay. And what about that NFT? We will check if it exists. So, not message dot sender. We will check for underscore lender. What's the error here right now? Oh, before this happened, if token FT ID owner of is not equal to message or sender, you are invalid, and token, and we will write error here, invalid token. Then we move back to here, then we have checked the lender, and he is have borrowed. If amount is he wants to borrow is not up to the mark, and the amount, I have already checked the amount, and if he wants to borrow, yep, minimum borrow lending amount, minimum minimum expected minimum amount just complete error lending and expected minimum amount to be this, and then if lending amount in surface and balance option minus, not the minus one. Come on, shift minus. Error lending manager view and insufficient balance. Yep. And then what we will do is someone wants to borrow the coin, then we have checked about the information from the lender uh, pool, and then we have checked that the token ID is correct and he is the owner of token ID, is also address is correct. The amount which he wants to borrow is minimum, and the amount he is also borrowing is not exceeding the balance of that lender. Then we will transfer the token to my vault, NFT vault. So that it should just store the vault NFT. It's just first I have to write the NFT vault. Possible, I don't think I need that. Okay. Ownable reentrancy card, IRC20 and IRCC. These two not needed. Lending vault is not needed. Mm, So what we are seeing here is I will fix that later. Constructor in this is our constructor and nothing else. And this is Astrolevel is constructor. So what we are here is the ownable ownable message dot sender address 0. I don't think I need to check here. NFT contract. Oh, yeah. So where was I? Uh-huh. So it's possible ownable retenancy guard is there, zero address, token not exist, does not exist, and we will just deposit the NFT here. So deposit logic is something like that. It's external, not an intrinsic, and it should be called by only owner, which will be owner will be while deploying not the message dot sender. It will be address of lending manager. Lending manager, and he will be the owner, so not the lending. Come on, suggest it. So it will be called only by owner and non-return. So it will check if token ID exists. If not, if not dot exist token ID NFT contract address. You have to also call the IRC 721 address of NFT contract. This will be real world asset NFT, and here we will pass real world asset NFT contract, real world asset NFT, and it should be defined. Okay, here real world NFT, nothing else to follow. Well, let's move. We are back to here. Real NFT. If does not exist, I think I need to also check. While depositing the NFT, I have already verified on my will be already verified check by lending manager contract. Okay. Real world asset NFT. So we are transfer from, we are not using IRC 721. No, and it's not ERC 720. IRA NFTs are type 721. Okay, I think I should also store the address of borrower. Borrower. Yep, restore borrower. We have deposited the NFT and it is holding, and we can check in the map. Yep, token ID to owner. What the hell? Yeah. You can also make reverse in reverse, like I am the owner, how many NFTs I have staked. Who is the owner of this token? And what if my manager protocol calls that, oh, this borrower needs to be liquidated. His token ID, this token ID needs to be liquidated because he have borrowed some loan against that, and it's under collateralized right now. So what I will do is store both of them right now. He's storing every token IDs a user have submitted. But how will you know? Okay, yeah, it's now that I have both the information, token ID owner and every owner have how many tokens? I think it's okay. It's holding the tokens. Everything is fine. And token transfer. So what token transfer to lending manager? Why would you transfer to manager? You can just directly transfer to borrower. Okay, let's see what logic there. ChatGPT have given address of the borrower. It should not be zero. I think I can make a modifier out of the yes. Okay. Token owner, token ID. If the owner of that token ID, let's say I want to transfer this token ID with this borrower is not equal to borrower, so does not exist. And also, maybe you can just you have to pass which token ID. I think front end is gonna be super messy. And then I am transferring that to borrower with this token ID. Then I'm gonna delete that data from the owner ID and also from the users list. We are gonna run a for loop and check if this token ID is on the users list. On the borrower will have a array and we will loop through that array. I will check if that is the token ID. If using a token ID, then you will have length minus one dot pop break. I think it's flawed logic because it will pop the topmost element and it's flawed. I am 100% sure. Object is flawed. And it most correct logic. I'm just vibe coding because I have already done a lot of DSA hard medium problem. So I know, but I just don't want to write that. I will check it if it's okay. This line moves the last element of the array into the position of the element you want to remove. Yeah, how does that do that? Aha, we are just value swapping the, it's a good logic. We are just value swapping the last element's value and then copying that out. How cool is that? Mm. Token transfer to borrower. Why not? We can transfer it to anyone. Token transfer to borrower. Why does? Aha. Token transfer to auction house. Function uh, token transfer to auction house. Hold NFT transfer on liquidation, and liquidation will be triggered by manager, so I don't have to. On liquidation, liquidation. So whenever there will be liquidation, so we will transfer that to which address? We are taking the address of the auction house and the token ID and address 0 auction house NFT not 0 address and token owner address is 0. Okay, who is the token owner? Oh, token does not exist. Transfer to action owner, delete token ID, remove token ID from the list, and return transfer to auction house. So anyone listening to my events, he can track it and buy from there. Anything else? I think it's complete and okay. Let's move to manager and move on with my current get contract ETH balance. No, 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 not this manager. This, 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 yes. Lending manager. So someone deposited the coin and we have done all those things. Ah, okay. You have to also specify for the time whenever you return it. There should be a timeline that you have to return it. Int 26 return period. So someone deposit the coin and suggested 26 return period. Is auto code completion is locked? So you are borrowing the coin, uh, and there should be a timeline that this user have borrowed this money and you have to return it by that timeline. Okay. Learning information, we have checked everything. We have transfer, safe safe transfer to this amount, and we also have token ID of the NFT lending amount, NFT vault. While receiving, we were not so deposit NFT. We'll just call deposit NFT. Okay. Um, NFT world का वो भी बनाना चाहिए. I think interface should be there. Collateral manager. So I collect NFT world dot so then we'll just copy this thing. Default. Okay, transfer to auction house, borrower, and then this one. Deposit. What the hell? Deposit, transfer to borrower, transfer to auction house. Yeah, just turn it off. Right interface for this contract. I just don't want to write it by myself because it's really easy thing. There is nothing to. What the hell? What is uh, NFT vault pragma? Branding manager. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh, yeah, there is no interface for a real world NFT, so how are you going to do that? Lending vault. And what the hell? Okay. ERC20, I don't have, think I have entered this. Okay. Oof, where was I? I was in lending manager and I have to IERC. 721 private email. I NFT vault type. uh, NFT vault. So we are going to write the NFT vault and all those things, and then I'm going to transfer. So we have received, he wants to borrow, so I will transfer the amount. And I have checked the, you need to also check if that asset is worth the amount from the manager protocol in here. If it's not worth, the value in USD or whatever, you cannot transfer that amount to that token. So I have to import manager also, or make an interface out of this one. And right interface for this contract. What time it is now? I didn't turn on my, and I think it's gonna switch. Um, Yeah, I'm going to get socks. Just leave it there. I think I should add something to it. Set an alarm for 6:30 p.m. Delete all my alarms. Yep. Set an alarm for 5:30 a.m. Set an alarm for 6:30 p.m. Oof, my camera was on the whole time. Okay, I'm back. Where is my pen? Okay. I have to buy two things, so I will write it down. Let me write it down. Okay, just and uh, just anything else? Uh-huh. Don't think anything else is needed. I think it's fine. Mm. So where was I? Okay, let me create an interface for RWA underscore manager. Uh, dot soul, then paste the whole thing. Function, it's external, it's return these things. Okay, I think we have done pretty good job. What's the error here? I cannot import that from here. Uh, just go to coin minting and coin minting. What's the name? Uh, that's and managing. Mm. Slash. Okay, not the two. Let's check if all the functions are there or not. Errors are there. Are you receiving, depositing, mint, NFT, then withdrawing, burning NFT, updating asset value, updating asset image URI, minting, getting all the details just by providing the request ID. And why were you working with request ID? If some user wants to do something, he should have request ID, and request ID is like the ID of the request ID can be no, not here, man. Basic consumer JSON are not in these files. Function building. Let's go move to the last. Yep, manager and under verification. Anywhere else? Okay, manager and verification are there. So let's move to manager. First, we will trigger the manager, and this will trigger the verification. Whenever you will deposit the mint against ETH. Not this one, withdrawn one. Yep, this one. Mint NFT. Asset ID, value in USD, token URI. How is the naming convention? It's so public. Sorry for the language. You are not assuming the asset is tradable if this function is called. And in verification only. Under fulfillment. I think I should write this whole code again. It's so messed up. I think it's so messed up. Before focusing on these things, I should rewrite this. Fulfill request with request ID. Yeah, you should not store something like request ID, user address would have been a better option. So messed up. Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. Just take access the data. State like state variables through. Is it public? Yep. You should not make it public, but still you have decided to make it public. And there are no getter function in this contract. It needs to be rewritten. So you code, man. But whatever, I will do that later. Through interface. Let's go on. Does it have state and so I guess interfaces have by default Hmm, okay, that's a cool thing. So I was right for making this. Not right, it's not a you know, traditional ways. Whatever, man, just go to this interface. My Mac is getting hot, so I need to turn on fan. Solidly rotating. Let's move again to 4000. Okay, let's import this to my contract IRWA manager. Interface not use. I will use it, don't worry. Mhm. NFT manager. Let me import the interface. Suggest me GitHub import IRWA. New bring back company. I can hear the full blast. That's running full. Underscore manager from interface manager also. Delete some limits on how much I can use Copilot for free. And I will use coding. So where was I? Yeah, for the verification of the amount of coin that token holds. Like let's say the NFT have okay, what we were storing in manager. As user again request ID. We'll pass the request ID. So request ID structure RWA types information asset type asset name asset ID is logged is verified owner tradable value in USD. Ah, earlier I used to think that I would when we get the value of that contract that NFT in value through Oracle or Dawn and backend process, and then I will mint the same amount of coin to that value. Like let's say I'm uploading 1000 worth of digital gold, so I will get the this value here 1000 from my Dawn decentralized Oracle network. After my successful verification and try read all those things, I will do that in later in JavaScript code. Then after successful completion, then I will mint the same coin, same number of coin as the value in USD. Yep, so I can use this here. Let's say someone submitted where update value, not the value. Hmm. Mint coin value in USD. Yep, I was right. Let's move back to here. I have imported interface. Let's me create a interface of type RWA manager, private immutable, and all those things. Let me have here, not the message or sender, but the address of the lending manager, not the lending manager, RWA manager, RWA underscore manager. And here we will pass RWA underscore manager. Now that we have passed the address, we have this interface to be used in our. Okay, now he wants to borrow. Before successful transfer of the amount, I also have to check. Okay. Uh, RWA I underscore RWA manager check lending health. I'm not checking the lending health. Storage RWA information dot get name has to refer user defined type lending information. Why? Amount interest RWA information. I'm accessing. It's not the name. Yeah. It is stuff type. Okay. Get RWA information. I'm passing address, not address, but the asset ID. You int 256 underscore asset ID. Token ID is different thing. Asset ID is different thing here. Asset ID. I think it's messed up right now. This is the function that I need to be calling, not the. Mm, it is going to return a type. I have to also import the types. It's a library, and I think I have not imported it. That is why I'm getting here. Import RWA types, and it is of type RWA type. RWA underscore types. Now I think it should not throw any error. Invalid use of library. What? using RWA. Let's wait if any error will show up. Okay. Okay, I'm taking help of AI here, and know I shouldn't be, but mm, I don't think. Instead, the line is now okay. I will deconstruct this directly and pack the individual values returned by the function into separate variable. Yeah. Our reference type need memory. Yeah, why do I keep forgetting about these things? Bytes, arrays, structs. Yeah, and before that, yeah, where the memory was, keyword was used. Hmm? Mhm. You can just directly deconstruct the whole thing. Let's format the document. My chair is really hard. Yeah. I think my back hurts. this one. Okay, okay, I don't need the asset type. Okay, maybe the lender wants to know, but lender do not have the choice. Or either he can be notified that this NFT wants to borrow your coin. Would you like to allow? So, or should I just, automatically just allocate? If you have listed it, you want to be in the list. What should I choose? I think I should choose automatic because that will be easier. And fund will not wait in the pool for longer time. Maybe the user forgets to check that he is either getting any request, something like that. So I don't need the asset type. Maybe just keep it, or he can access the asset type using the asset a token ID of that token. So asset name, asset ID. What is asset ID here? When the coin is minted. Asset ID is the asset ID, and depositing. We are passing the asset ID depositor. When the token is minted, there should be a token ID also. How would you transfer the token without the token ID and where it is being set? While minting the NFT, instead of manager, I should access the minting function. What is up? Storing using areas. I think I should make an interface for this one also, so that I can get the value. No, no, token ID. I should have updated the token ID in the. Either I can access it using token ID from there also. Your thing, it just sucks. It needs a massive upgrade. I think I have already imported it, so I don't have to worry. Yep, RWA coin is locked. If not, yes, logged somewhere in the vault. I don't need that. Is verified. Yes. Without verification, I don't think that function will be called. So by default, it was verified. Value in USD and the owner and tradable. It should be tradable. Okay. Let's mint. Uh-huh. Now we have to mint. Where was I? We were borrowing the fund. So first of all, I will transfer the token to my lending vault and yeah, and then mint and then send the amount from the lender to you. I have already have the amount in my contact, so I don't have to worry. But just check the value. If value in USD expected NFT value is lower than amount. Mm, I have already got permission, so I will transfer I underscore RWANFT safe transfer from message dot sender whoever is calling. Uh-huh. Borrow coin. He is calling, so from his account to address of the NFT vault and the token ID of the NFT. And where will I get the token ID of the NFT? He will provide me. Yep. Why was I overthinking? Then I will transfer and deposit that NFT to this lender with this asset ID. Okay. There will be error. Depositing the NFT have expected to. So lender and the token NFT ID. And then I will transfer the amount to that address, and then lending amount, formation amount. What the hell is this? I don't have. Struct borrow information. So this user have borrowed this amount with this token ID, and the lender is this, and the asset ID I don't think is required right now, but let's see. And she you int borrow time with return time is returned not true. this much information is required, and when someone borrows we will create a mapping of that user borrowing pool, and we will upgrade the borrow pool. Okay, I should have written these in way more better way. The heck is this? They're just passing your time. These are for the checks, and checks should be done in there, and the transfer protocol should be there, and upgradation are all those things. And also I have to log the amount from the lender's information. Okay. uh, Underscore uh, borrow point. We will take the amount, token ID, lender, and asset ID. Borrower's amount, and okay, let's see what we will need later. Function borrow coin. So we are first of all upgrading the amount to this token ID with this, and the lender ID with this, asset ID is this, block timestamp, return period is block timestamp plus islanders return period. Okay, and we will call the this function. I think transfer non-intrinsic borrow and non-intrant reintrant. Okay, and then this will call the deposit function here. Then we will minus from the amount, and also only the amount. We don't have any return period on the lender side. Return period is fixed for him. Like if you want to borrow something from me, you have to return in 30 days. Yep, and its return should be false by default. I underscore is return false. Are you listening to me, GitHub? Anything else? Then we will calculate the interest amount that he have to repay. And not this amount. Let's say he have borrowed 5 rupee, 5 coins, then he have to return 6. But Return interest can be in any way, like you can either submit ETH or the token, but the token does not exist in the system, so he have to, mint the token in my manager contract, and then he will get that through Ethereum. Then I will have the money in my manager contract. Yep, that's how I'm gonna make money. Not me, just discount system. So let's calculate the interest. Let's write function. I think I already have the interest library. We'll just pass. Mm. Calculate simple interest. Calculate amount with simple interest. Whenever someone, does not return the health factor does not matter in this case. You are trading, it's a trading application. So, health factor should be mattered where the collateral value goes down. So I think we are okay with this right now. I think my head is hurting from thinking too much. So calculate total amount with simple interest. So we will enter the principal, the rate, and the time. And here the time is the total time. Time is the number of period, fixed point. Fixed point. Calculate simple interest from 1.0 is fixed point, so half unit. Okay, so we will call this binary with, we'll import this library in my contract and then pass the amount, the rate by fixed by and the time. As soon as we hit the time, we will trigger the liquidation logic. And there is no something like a set timeout in Solidity, so I have to use Chainlink PRF, Chainlink automation. So let's build it. First, I have to import the library. Import interest and health factor from the library. What's the issue here? Source library not found. Okay, and we will go back to one step backward, and from there we'll go to library and interest and health factor dot. So what's the issue here? A loan calculation. Interest and health factor. I think it will be solved. Let's refresh the compiler. Mm-hmm. What's the issue now? Hmm. What's the issue, yeah? INTEREST and and oh from interest. I think I should use and here. Hmm, I think it should be fixed, yeah. There is function for calculate interest. Calculate interest and we will pass, I know, amount lending information dot interest lending information dot return period. Okay, amount interest return period calculator using so the dot calculate simple interest with amount. It should return something, no? As soon as you borrow, your amount will be updated with the interest amount also. So you have to repay this amount. No, that's it. There should be V function chain link automation too. Is there any chain link automation? I can make automation tool of my own, like run a node which will call it on which will call this function every year, like something like that. Every day, I will just update it later because that part is not a part of my plan. Like under library, chain, chain link, automation dot soul. How was it? How did he design it? Let me see it. I don't think there was some automation, but let's see what he was doing. We were just getting the data. So we have created a library and we imported the creator v3 interface. Then we are checking the data and returning something. While this is lighter because we do not have to import the contract, and it just check stake price. I think I am going to take a break for an hour after 10 minutes. Never use a reference from someone else contract with something else feature. Data. Oh, the updated data. We are getting data of 3 hours. This is really dumb question, but I have to ask. I'm sorry. Okay, so I was right already. Automation. Oh, Please, need to decode. So what goal we have achieved today? So pool access, trigger liquidation, not borrow land interest we have calculated, added repayment is not added, loan tracking. What's loan tracking? Yeah, that is what we are doing. NFT vault done, transaction done and done. We have to create auction house. It should be really like a game. Then we will be done. What the hell? Gemini, I didn't expect this from you. Re-entrance your keeper competitive interface handling correct import path. Okay, I will there added also added enable your custom interface and type. INFT world I where I historically from No, you are stupidest as possible. Call a function, yeah. So, keeper compatible interface, enable landing manager. Okay, Chinese neighbor and all those things. Set landing manager. So upkeep it's their task and this. Okay, guys, it's been 4 hours and I think I need to take a break. I have to go somewhere. I will come. I will stream again today after 8 p.m. till 12. Okay,